சரிம்மா நான் ரூம் போடுமா நீ முடிச்சுட்டு வா டைம் பார்த்துக்கோ van als ik bij het idee dat je lezing moest geven.
Ja.
Dus ik heb niet veranderd. Dan krijg je dat wel.
Ja.
Hoofdstuk 7 is zo makkelijk. Dat stroomt er gewoon uit de pen. Van een computer.
Ja, mooi.
Tja,
Wil je iets drinken?
nee.
Nee.
Kijk, ik heb net gedronken.
Oké.
Staat zo nog.
Oké. Ja, het wordt?
Ik ga even kijken hier. Nee, niet, want hij ziet eruit. Nu
Oké.
wel, ja.
Nou, dat was...
Goed. Oké. Oh, that's why it's so cold. The windows are open. Where is all this cold air coming from? So.
C'est bien ça. Bah, tu peux pouvoir assister à la place.
Et je viens presque tout le temps, mais là aujourd'hui je me sens pas très chaud.
Mais aujourd'hui, tu viens à temps.
Oui, c'est vrai, souvent je viens en retard. Ça va être,
Comment?
c'est bien, je viens en retard.
C'est-
C'est pas que je français.
C'est...
Moi, je ne me plains pas si tu viens à temps.
Hein?
Moi, je ne me plains pas si tu viens à temps.
Je suis un peu ennuyé aujourd'hui. J'avais du mal à...
Ok. Assieds-toi.
Bah non, tu vas arriver, tu peux plus tard.
Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari
Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari
Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari Gopi Janavalabha Kevadadari Kevadadari Gopi Janavalabha Kevadadari Yasodanandana Prajajanaranjana Yasodanandana Prajajanaranjana
Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Jaya Radha Madhava Kunja Bihari. Gopi Jana Vallabha Givaradari. Gopi Jana Vallabha Givaradari. Yasodanandana Praja Janaranjana. Yasodanandana Praja Janaranjana. Yamuna Tira Vanachari. Yamuna Tira Vanachari. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Krishna Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Rama, Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jaya Radha Gopinath, Radha Gopinath, Radha Gopinath, Sri Radhe. Jaya Radha Gopinath, Radha Gopinath, Radha Gopinath, Sri Radhe. Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Jaya Prabhupada, Srila Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Prabhupada, Prabhupada, Jaya Jaya Prabhupada. Jayam Vishnupada Paramamsa Parvrajagacharya Statara Sata Shishimat. His Divine Grace, A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Srila Prabhupada Ki Jai. Jayam Vishnupada Paramamsa Parvrajagacharya Statara Sata Shishimat. His Divine Grace, Bhaktisiddhanta Saraswati Goswami Maharaja Ki Jai. Anantikoti Vaishnavinda Ki Jai. Namacharya Shri Haridas Thakur Ki Jai. Prem se go Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sri Vasudhi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. Sri Sri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopinath Shama Kunda Radha Kunda Giri Govardhana Ki Jai. Vrindavan Dama Tura Dama Ki Jai. Navadvip Dama Ki Jai. Jagannath Puri Dama Ki Jai. Radhadesh Dama Ki Jai. Gangami Yamuna Mai Ki Jai. Tulasi Devi Ki Jai. Bhakti Devi Ki Jai. Sankirtan Yagya Ki Jai. Brihad Mridanga Ki Jai. Samaveta Bhakta Vrinda Ki Jai. Go Premanande. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to the assembled devotees. All glories to Shishi Guru and Gauranga. Jai. Hare Krishna. I'm happy that you came. She didn't understand, Jai Bhaja. She didn't understand. She thought that all this is instead of Gita Jayanti. So she just wanted to read the whole Bhagavad Gita. So I said, no, we do that on Gita Jayanti. So this is just to get us into it. Yeah. Om Agyarati Varandasya Janandjana Slakya Chakshuru Militam Yena Tasmai Sri Gurave Namaha Sri Chaitanya Manobhistam Stapitam Yena Bhutale Swayam Rupa Kadamhayam Dadati Swapadantikam Vandeham Sri Guru Sri Yuta Parakamalam Sri Guru Vaisnavamscha Sri Rupam Sagrajatam Sagana Ragunatam Vitam Tam Sajivam Sadvetam Savadutam Parijana Sahitam Krishna Chaitanya Devam Sri Radha Krishna Padan Sagana Lalita Sri Visakam Vitamscha He Krishna Karuna Sindhu Dino Bandhu Jagatpate Gopesha Gopika Kanta Radha Kanta Namostute Tapta Kanchana Gaurange Radhe Vrindavaneshwari Vrisabhanusate Devi Pranamami Hari Praye Panchakalpatarubhyascha Kripa Sindhubhya Evacha Patitanam Pavanebhyo Vaishnavebhyo Namo Namaha Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sri Vasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare Hare Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Prabhu. What an unexpected pleasure. So today we're reading chapter 7, or we're talking about chapter 7, which is called the knowledge of the Absolute. So we're now in the middle part of the Bhagavad Gita. We started that yesterday. And I mean, for those who were in the Bhakti Shastri, they know this, but I'd like to share a description of the layout of the Bhagavad Gita from Srila Vishwanath Chakravarti Thakur, from his commentary to verse 1863 of the Bhagavad Gita. These three groups of 6 chapters, so there's the first 6, second 6, third 6 chapters of the Gita, the crown jewel of all knowledge, are the box containing the most valuable secret treasure of bhakti. The first 6 chapters concerning karma are the lower covering made of gold. The last 6 chapters concerning Gyan are the lid made of gold and studded with jewels. Within the middle 6 chapters, resting within the container and the lid, shines the most excellent jewel of bhakti, more valuable than anything in the 3 worlds, which brings Krishna under control. Bhakti's servants, consisting of 2 verses, verse 65 and 66 of the 18th chapter, are placed in the lid of the box and should also be understood to be pure. So isn't that a beautiful description of Bhagavad Gita? Did I speak too fast for you? Okay. So now we're going to relish that most excellent jewel of bhakti. And we're able to discuss the most valuable thing in the 3 worlds. So maybe that can be our meditation for the next 45 minutes. That what we're discussing now is the most valuable thing in the 3 worlds. Jai. Aren't we fortunate? So chapter 7 has 6 divisions. It begins the first 3 verses, just Krishna telling Arjuna, just hear. You should know, we get to know Krishna by hearing about him. Then the second part, verse 4 to 12, is knowing Krishna's material and spiritual energies. So you hear about those in the first 3 verses, but then afterwards we're going to know them better. Then verse 13 and 14, that Krishna is in charge of the modes. So we have to surrender to him because he's in charge, so he can help us. Then verses 15 to 19 explains that the impious never surrender, but the pious do. Then section 5 is verses 20 to 25, explains people who surrender to the demigods and impersonalists. And then a final part, the last 5 verses, talks about bewilderment and freedom by knowing Krishna. So, the first verse is the Supreme Personality of Godhead said, "Now hear, O son of Pritha, how by practicing yoga in full consciousness of me, with mind attached to me, you can know me in full, free from doubt." So, if we want to really know everything about this material world, or about the spiritual world and the Supreme Lord, we have to hear from the only person who has that knowledge. And that is Krishna, or his representative. In his purport to this first verse, and let me say something extra there, so Krishna has that knowledge and his representative has that knowledge. Since we cannot approach Krishna directly, we have to go through his representative. So, which is the importance of the spiritual master. In his purport to the first verse, Srila Prabhupada quotes Srimad Bhagavatam 1:270 to 21, where the process for understanding Krishna is given. So, first, we hear about Krishna, or from him. Then, by such hearing, what happens? The heart, Krishna in the heart starts acting as the best wishing friend. And as that, Krishna purifies the devotee who is constantly engaged. Then the natural development of dormant transcendental knowledge happens. Then we hear more. And then we become fixed in devotional service, which automatically means that slowly we become free from the modes of passion and ignorance, which in turn again means that material lust and avarice are diminished and one becomes steady in pure goodness. Then one becomes enlivened by devotional service and understands the science of God perfectly. The hard knot of material affection is severed, and one comes to the stage of asamsayam samagram, complete understanding of the supreme truth. So that is the path. And we're somewhere there. The one is more in the beginning, the one is more nearing the end, but we're somewhere on that path. And if we just stay on that path, we will reach the end. So, in this chapter of Bhagavad Gita, Krishna gives knowledge about himself. And as he mentions in verse 2, when you know this, there is nothing more left to know. And then in verse 3, he explains the rarity of this knowledge, or at least of people who possess this knowledge in full. You know, people may know something, people may aspire to get the knowledge, people may aspire to know Krishna, and there's not that many of those. But then those who really know Krishna in truth, there is just very few of them. I remember before when I was living outside, I followed this mandala drawing course. And I made this mandala, and it was like all these little boxes, basically. And then one of them had kind of disappeared, and it became this kind of white dove flying away. And that was Manushinam Sahasreshu, that was that verse. It was the subtitle of the drawing. I kept it for a long time, but then when I moved here, I decided, let's not hang on to everything. So I got rid of it. But I can still see it in front of me. It was a nice, I enjoyed that. So then we get to the next section, and then Krishna explains his material and spiritual energies. So Bhumira Pona Yova Yub Kammano Buddhirevacha Ahankaraiti Yame Bhina Prakriti Rastada. Earth, water, fire, air, ether, mind, intelligence, and false ego. Altogether, these 8 constitute my separated material energies. Apariyamitastvanyam prakritim vidime param jiva bhuta mahabaho yayadam dharyate jagat. Besides these, O mighty armed Arjuna, there is another superior energy of mine which comprises the living entities who are exploiting the resources of this material inferior nature. And then he continues to explain that all created beings consist of these inferior energies as well as the superior energy, the soul, and that he is the source of all of them as well as their destruction. Krishna then gives this wonderful comparison of pearls strung on a thread. I really like that one. So when you have a really nice necklace, and it needs to be a really good one because cheaper ones, you can see the thread often. But when you have a really expensive necklace with nice pearls, you don't see the thread. You just see the pearls. But without the thread, the pearls would be rolling all over the ground. And in the same way, even though we do not see the Lord in all his energies, he is still there as the source, as the maintainer, and as the solution at the end. So he is kind of everything, every part of this is resting on him. And then Krishna gives a whole list of things to show his all-pervasiveness by both his material and spiritual energies. So he's the taste of water. Taste is the active principle of water. I mean, no one likes seawater because their salt gets mixed up with it. So attraction of water depends on the purity of the water. And the pure taste of water is one of the energies of the Lord. It doesn't taste like salt. It doesn't taste like, what do you call it? It's stuff that kids put on their teeth, fluoride. Or doesn't taste like chloride. It's just the pure taste of water, and we get that here. I mean, here we really get to taste the taste of Krishna in our water. That's Krishna. So that's Krishna. So impersonalists, they see the Lord as the taste. But the personalists, they glorify the Lord for supplying that water. The taste is Krishna, but then we're grateful that we get that. We don't just go, oh yes, this is God, Om. We actually appreciate the fact that we get that taste and that water. So then he's the light of the sun and the moon. So, of course, that light originally comes from the Brahma Jyoti, because that's where it originally comes from. Then he is Om in the Vedic mantras. So Om is the transcendental sound at the beginning of every Vedic hymn. And Om is how we address the Lord. The impersonalists prefer vibrating Om because they're a little bit afraid of addressing Krishna by all his innumerable names, because then he becomes a person. If you see Krishna as Govinda, as Gopal, as Gopinath, then there are qualities associated with that. And then he becomes a person. So Om is nice and impersonal. Then is the sound and ether. The ability of men. Anything we can do comes from him. You're a good cook, that ability comes from Krishna. You can write nicely, that ability comes from Krishna. You're good at theater, that ability comes from Krishna. Anything we can do comes from him. So again, there should be some gratitude there. When we use our abilities we should have that gratitude. Wow, I'm so fortunate that I can cook so nicely for Krishna. Thank you, Krishna, for giving me this ability to do this for you. Then he's the fragrance of the earth. Punya is the name that we use for the uncontaminated original smell, flavor, taste, which permeates everything. So it means that which is not decomposed, that which is original. I'm thinking about that now, and I think most of the time when we smell the earth, we actually smell the decomposed leaves. Like, I love the smell of autumn, the smell of the earth when the leaves decompose in the rain, but that is not the pure smell of the earth. That's not punya. But I still like it. What can I do? Then is the heat of fire. So all the fire. Factories, cooking, the digestive fire. So, because indigestion means just a low temperature in the belly. So even for us to be able to digest our food, we need Krishna. That is the life of all living beings. So the duration of man's life is also due to Krishna. So it's by Krishna's grace we can prolong it or diminish it. I remember when Janaki, my friend, she was dying, and her spiritual master, he told her, you were there, I think, it was the last talk he had with her, and he told her, this Krishna will determine when you will go. You know, it's not you, Krishna will determine it. So, but then still, she had to be open for that, because at some point she was trying to hang on and kind of had to go, well, you just pack your bags and leave. But ultimately, Krishna determines that. He is the penance of the ascetics. He is the original seed, the bijam of all existence. He's the source of everything. So he's the seed of all 8,400,000 species. Of course, we can say that, Brahma created everything, but everything, ultimately all the energies that Brahma could work with, they came from Krishna. I always tell people when we look at Vishnu, I say, so Vishnu, all the universes come from him. And then, Brahma, he is the secondary creator. And it's like, Vishnu, he made a coloring book, and he made the pencils and the different colors and everything. And then he gave it to Brahma and said, now you can color in between the lines.
It's a bit like that.
Sorry?
It's a bit like that.
Yes, so everything came from Krishna. He is the intelligence of the intelligent. He's the prowess of all powerful men. He's the strength of the strong, which is the void of passion and desires. So we don't use our strength. We should use our strength only for protecting people, for protecting the vulnerable. That is a kshatriya. A kshatriya doesn't fight to just show off. He fights to protect the vulnerable in society. And yes, he has to go out and kill animals to keep up, to kind of keep himself trained. But ultimately, it is just to protect the weak. And maybe before the knights, they had these jousting things, and it was just to show off their strength. But that is not what strength is for, to become the top jouster. And to get like the little handkerchief or something of the princess. And then he is regulated sex life of religious principles. So sex life, which is just used for the propagation of Krishna conscious children. So these are all, the things in which we can see Krishna. And they're things we are in daily contact with. They're there every day. So we can easily remember Krishna in that way. And then in verse 12, he explains his own position in all of this. Know that all states of being, be they of goodness, passion, or ignorance, are manifested by my energy. I am, in one sense, everything, but I am independent. I am not under the modes of material nature, for they, on the contrary, are within me. And this brings us to the next section, which explains how Krishna controls the modes, and therefore we should surrender. So what keeps the living entities in illusion? It's the three modes. And who is in charge of the three modes? Krishna. So when we surrender unto him, he can free us from that bondage of the three modes, and thus he can free us from illusion. So that's why we always pray to Krishna. That's why, we hear the great acharyas, especially Bhaktivinoda Thakur, there's so many prayers. And of course we are not on that level, so we sometimes forget that. I realize that myself. I don't pray enough. I just go through life and I do my devotional service, but I forget to pray. And, making that advancement comes by Krishna's mercy, so I have to pray for his mercy. And I don't do that enough. And then there is this famous verse, 7:14. Daivyesha gunamai mama maya duratyaya mame vaye prapadyante maya metam tarantite. This divine energy of mine, consisting of the three modes of material nature, is difficult to overcome. But those who have surrendered unto me can easily cross beyond it. So, because it is Krishna's energy, it is very powerful, because it is invested with Krishna's power. And therefore it is impossible for us to overcome by ourselves. It is like being in a prison cell. You cannot get out unless the prison warden lets you out. So often people are sentenced to a certain number of years in prison, but they can get out early for good behavior. There's that possibility. That means that they have to prove to the prison wardens that they deserve to get out early. They have to show repentance. They have to follow the rules of the prison. So we're in that prison, of the prison of this material world. We are bound by the chains of the three modes. So we have to follow Krishna's rules. And we have to admit the mistakes that we made by wanting to be independent from him, which is in principle what sent us here. And then he can let us out early for good behavior. He can free us from the chains of the material modes and open the doors of the prison. And the next section, Krishna talks about those who will never surrender and those who will surrender. The Duskritinas and the Sukritinas. So the Duskritinas are described as the Mudas, those who are grossly foolish, like hard-working asses. They work hard all day, and they're constantly, they're always afraid of being beaten. So that's why they work so hard, because if I don't work hard, he might whip me. And, what they get is a little bit of hay or grass, that's all, Maybe to have a good boss, a carrot here and there. And then, at night time, they might try to satisfy the desire for sex, but then they get kicked by the she-ass. So fruitive workers are like that. They work all day and they just to get some money for food and big flat screen TV, and yes, maybe some sex from their partner or wife or somebody who's not. And then there are the Naradhamas. They are the lowest of mankind. Nara means human being, and Adhama means lowest. So they're actually very developed on a social and political level. One could actually call them high class. They're the high class people that you see around, the politicians, the people who like to show off how, their big cars, their big houses, you often hear people who come. I lived with people who were nobility, a countess. I took care of her children. And they have this idea how everything should be. So you have like your 4 forks your 4 forks and knives and spoons, and you have to, and you're low class if you don't know which fork or spoon to use. Your 3 cups and your... So they're Narodhamas. Because they don't follow any religious principles, and that's why they're called Duskritinas. And because they don't follow any religious principles, they fall victim to the powerful material energy. And ultimately, all their education and culture, it will all be for naught. It's just useless. And in fact, a Naradhama is one who loses the chance of human life to revive their lost relationship with Krishna. They have that opportunity because they're intelligent. They have a certain intelligence, they have a certain... they say that also yogis that have practiced for some time, they might get into a rich family. So obviously they have done something good in their last lifetime. They get that birth and then they lose it. Next up are the Mayaya Paritagyana, whose knowledge is stolen by Maya, by illusion. They are very learned, like philosophers, poets, and also the mundane scholars who comment on the Bhagavad Gita. And finally, they're the Ashuram Bhavam Ashrita. They're just atheists. That's just what they are. They're asuras, they're atheists. Not much else to say about them. They're just atheists. So then there are also the 4 types of Sukritinas, powerful people, pious people, who follow the regulative principles of scripture, they follow the moral and social laws, and are to some extent devoted to Krishna. So there's 4 categories there. There's the Artha, those who are distressed, the Artharti, the seeker of wealth, the Jigyasu, the inquisitive, and the Jnani, one who wants knowledge about the absolute truth. And I think in this day and age, in Kali Yuga, most of them fall under Artha.
Well, at least
Huh?
that's usually a kick in the butt. But usually, there's many things you can do when you're distressed.
Yes, I know, but the people who come to Krishna consciousness, many of them are distressed. There's many of them who don't come to Krishna consciousness, which is unfortunate. But many of those who come to Krishna consciousness, I don't think there's many seekers of wealth here. They would get very disappointed. So they're not pure devotees, because they're still looking for something in exchange for devotional service. But if they stick to devotional service, then they will be able to get purified. And once they are free of material desire, they will finally be able to achieve pure devotional service. So ultimately, they have to give up the reason why they come here, except for the Jnani, who can just kind of continue with that and grow from there on. So Srila Prabhupada explains in the purport that even for the Duskritinas, there is hope if they come into contact with the pure devotee. In other words, the association of the pure devotee is much more powerful than actually the whole process of Krishna consciousness, which I thought was very interesting. So we can follow the process. But I mean, if we look at our own backgrounds, I mean, we might have been Duskritinas, but as we might have been kind of classified as Artha, as the distressed, or Jigyasus, the inquisitive. But ultimately, there's a big part of Duskritina in us as well, before.
Tell me about it.
So, but then, we come into contact with the devotee, and through the devotee we come into contact with the pure devotee, and then from there on, that's the process. That's kind of how we get purified.
And that contact doesn't have to be in person.
No.
It is usually Prabhupada's books.
Yeah, or through his disciples, or through devotees. It's, yes. Krishna then goes on to explain that of all devotees, the Jnani, one who is in full knowledge of the Lord and is engaged in pure devotional service, is the best. So, now let me make it clear that this is a different Jnani than the Jnani that we often talk about, the impersonalist. There are differences there, big differences. But the statement might be a little bit discouraging. I mean, the first time I read it, even the second and the third and the fourth time I read it, it was a little bit discouraging. Because I'm not a jnani. I didn't come here for knowledge. I came here because I was distressed. And so then, yeah, where does that leave me? Then was my question. But then Krishna goes on to say that all devotees are undoubtedly magnanimous souls, because all of them come for the fulfillment of their desires. In the purport, Prabhupada quotes Srimad Bhagavatam 9.4.68, Sadavoririyam mayam sadhanam hridayam tvaham madayate najananti naham tebyo manajapi. The devotees are always in my heart, and I'm always in the heart of the devotees. The devotee does not know anything beyond me, and I also cannot forget the devotee. There is a very intimate relationship between me and the pure devotees. Pure devotees in full knowledge are never out of spiritual touch, and therefore they are very dear to me. So this also refers to, Krishna saying, talking about the jnani being very dear to him. But, ultimately, all of us, we progress. We might come as an artha, or as an arthartha, or a jigyasu, but we progress, and we leave those desires behind us, and then we close behind the jnanis. We're kind of following behind them. They might be a step ahead of us, but it's not a race. We've been in this for so many lifetimes, and the jnanis most likely have been in here, were already on this path a few lifetimes before, so they started as artha, or as arthartha, or jigyasu, and they ended up being jnanis. So this is the path. And it doesn't have to take many lifetimes, because, the situation we're in, the movement, it being Kali Yuga, we're having the Hare Krishna mantra. Prabhupada promised it doesn't have to take more than one lifetime. Lord Chaitanya is there with his mercy, so it doesn't have to take us many lifetimes. So yes, we might not be jnanis, or maybe we are, but let's not lose hope. So there are three types of bhakti. There is Kevala bhakti, where one wants to please the Lord with no personal or selfish motivation. So Kevala basically means pure. Amala bhakti, Kevala bhakti, there's quite a few names for it. Then there's Pradhani Bhuta bhakti, which is bhakti mixed with some tendencies for karma, jnana, or yoga, but then bhakti is still prominent. And then there's Guni Bhuta bhakti, which is also mixed with karma, jnana, and yoga, but here bhakti is secondary. So those are the gradations. Huh? No, this is from the Bhakti, the notes to the Bhagavad Gita. It comes from VHE, the Vrindavan Institute for Higher Education. Part of the notes come from there, so it's a mixture of the notes of the purport and then what is given there. This does not mean that a devotee cannot move from the third to the second level or all the way to Kevala Bhakti. So next then Krishna is going to discuss those who worship the demigods or who are impersonalists. So these are people who do surrender, but to the wrong thing. So first Krishna discusses the demigod worshippers. Those whose intelligence has been stolen by material desires surrender unto demigods and follow the particular rules and regulations of worship according to their own natures. Now, that is the difference between the Guni Bhuta Bhaktas and the Pradhani Bhuti Bhaktas and the demigod worshippers. They all have material desires they want fulfilled, all of them. Only the Kevala Bhakti doesn't have those. Srila Prabhupada then explains in the purport that the bhaktas are not so attracted to material nature, and therefore they take shelter of the Supreme Lord, and by doing so they will get cured of their material lust. So the demigod worshippers, they're too attracted to the material nature, and therefore they cannot come to devotional service. They cannot move to worshipping Krishna. They stay worshipping the demigods because getting material things is too important for them. So people whose intelligence is stolen by material desires, lust, worship the demigods. So they do not know that ultimately it is Krishna who gives them the steady faith in that process. And it is also Krishna who bestows them the benefits through the demigods. So unfortunately all they get is like temporary, very limited benefits. So even if they reach the planets of the demigods, their stay there might be long, very long, but it's still temporary. And afterwards they have to come back here and do the same thing all over again. So in that way they're stuck in this cycle of demigod worship in the material world, life in the heavenly planets, falling down, demigod worship in the material world, life in that. So they have this endless circle that, ultimately they have to get out at some point. So the devotees, on the other hand, they get permanent supreme benefit because ultimately they will go back home, back to Godhead. Then Krishna discusses another type of unintelligent men, the impersonalist, who doesn't know Krishna perfectly and who therefore thinks that Krishna was impersonal before and has now assumed this personality. They see impersonal Brahman as the supreme, and they think of Krishna as an ordinary human or a very powerful living entity. And in verse 25, Krishna says, "I am never manifest to the foolish and unintelligent. For them I am covered by my internal potency, and therefore they do not know that I am unborn and infallible." So here Krishna is explaining the knowledge that the impersonalists lack. They don't know Krishna is imperishable and supreme, or that Krishna is unborn and infallible, and they don't understand that Krishna knows past, present, and future. And that is all, they lack that knowledge. So the point is that one can only understand Krishna through the process of devotional service and not through the study of the Vedas. Because Krishna reveals himself to the devotee. It is a descending process and not an ascending process. So impersonalists, they follow this ascending process. They think they can know everything just by studying, and they forget about the mercy. So that's why they never get there. They never have complete knowledge. We can study the Vedas for many lifetimes, but it is only when we perform devotional service that we can actually start to understand Krishna. That is why even the third class bhakta, who only has a little bit of bhakti mixed with his jnana, karma and yoga, will ultimately be able to understand the Lord and attain pure bhakti. Because there is that little bit of devotional service there, and that will give him Krishna's mercy, and from there he will be able to grow. And a jnani, he can study for lifetimes and he will never get there. Then we reach the last section of this chapter, bewilderment and freedom by knowing Krishna. So in verse 26, it says, one second, if you chance to look it up, Lila Shakti.
Sorry.
I said, I'll take a sip, give you a chance to look up the verse.
Well, I have a verse here. You want?
Vedaham samatitani vartamani archarjuna bhavishyani chabhutani mam tu veda nakaschana. O Arjuna, as the Supreme Personality of Godhead, I know everything that has happened in the past, all that is happening in the present, and all things that are yet to come. I also know all living entities, but me, no one knows. So this verse puts the statement of the previous verse where Krishna says that for the foolish and the unintelligent, he's covered by his internal potency in perspective. Maya can never cover Krishna. Maya covers us. It is like the sun covered by the clouds. The sun is not covered by the clouds. We are covered by the clouds. So we cannot see the sun because someone a few kilometers further can see the sun because there are no clouds there. So Krishna is not covered. Our eyes and intelligence are covered. He can still see us, as is explained in this verse. And what are we covered by? Ichchadvesha, desire and hatred, and all the other dualities that come from them. They cause our bewilderment because they cover our intelligence, even from birth. So it is desire and hatred are the basic things, because hankering and lamenting comes from there. Everything comes from there. All the dualities comes from there. I like this, I don't like this. I want this, I don't want that. Our mind is constantly doing that. Our mind is constantly busy accepting things, rejecting things, accepting things, rejecting things. So, and then how do we get freed from that covering? It says in verse 28, Yesham tvantakatam papam jananam punya karmanam tedvantva mohani mukta bhajante mam vridavrata. Persons who have acted piously in previous lives and in this life, and whose sinful actions are completely eradicated, are freed from the dualities of delusion, and they engage themselves in my service with determination. So here Krishna talks about Varnashram Dharma, which engages people in pious activities, in practicing regulative principles of religion, and in that way they can become purified, so they will ultimately be able to accept devotional service. I was just reading that today in the Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu as well, that Varnashram Dharma does not give bhakti, but it is the preparatory stage for bhakti.
Is it like prepares the field or something?
Yeah.
Makes it a little fertile.
Yeah.
One day Prabhupada says that we were normally Varnashram Dharma at the beginning. We just to reach bhakti, okay, he doesn't give bhakti, but we have to, we are Varnashram Dharma. It is,
yeah, it's we get prepared for bhakti like that. Because it helps us following rules and regulations, and it makes us pious, and you need to be pious to get bhakti. So it makes us pious. In verse 29, Krishna talks about another type of devotee.
What does it mean, pious?
Pious means following rules and regulations from the scriptures, behaving properly, we behave according to God's rules, even though we might not yet have a relationship with Him. But we do follow all the rules.
Or at least try to.
Yeah. So in verse 29, Krishna talks about another type of devotee, besides the one that he has already discussed. I always had a problem understanding this verse until I heard that. It's another type of devotee. Because it seemed like, what is this verse doing here? Intelligent persons who are endeavoring for liberation from old age and death take refuge in me in devotional service. They are actually Brahman because they entirely know everything about transcendental activities. So these are moksha karmi bhaktas. So they're either jnana mishra or yoga mishra. It's either by bhakti is mixed with jnana or with yoga. So these devotees desire liberation from old age and disease. So even though they are not pure, they do have a lot of knowledge about the Lord. They understand Him as Adibhuta, Adidaiva, Adiyagya. They understand Him quite well. And because they know everything about transcendental activities, Krishna calls them Brahman. And then Krishna concludes with the following verse. With the last verse, actually. Those in full consciousness of me, who know me, the Supreme Lord, to be the governing principle of the material manifestation of the demigods and of all methods of sacrifice, can understand and know me, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, even at the time of death. So, and this is where we get, like they were saying, those previous, Mokshakami Bhaktas, they know Krishna as the governing principle of the material manifestation of the demigods and of all the methods of sacrifice. So they already have that knowledge. And in the purport, Srila Prabhupada explains how this chapter gets the devotee to this point. This is the part of the purport. The beginning of Krishna consciousness is spiritual association of persons who are Krishna conscious. This association puts one in direct touch with the Supreme Lord, and by his grace one can understand Krishna, the constitutional position of the living entity, and how the living entity forgets Krishna and becomes entangled in material activities. He can also understand that this human form of life is a unique opportunity to regain Krishna consciousness, and that it should be fully utilized to attain the causeless mercy of the Supreme Lord. Persons acting in Krishna consciousness are never deviated from the path of entirely understanding the Supreme Personality of Godhead. In a transcendental association of Krishna consciousness, one can understand how the Supreme Lord is the governing principle of the material manifestation and even of the demigods. Gradually, by such transcendental association, one becomes convinced of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, and at the time of death, such a Krishna-conscious person can never forget Krishna. Naturally, he is thus promoted to the planet of the Supreme Lord, Goloka, Vrindavan. Jai. So I have about 4 minutes for questions, comments.
Why went fast? It's just like,
Yeah.
how much is it so you read me the whole guitar? I will have to.
Sorry?
No,
Okay. But you have a question?
no.
No. Okay. Nobody? Okay.
Well, no, I was saying about that if you're not, you come to Krishna because you're suffering. It's almost like everybody almost has to suffer, right? Because it's the nature of this material world, and if you don't experience that it's some suffering, then generally you don't become a little introspective. I mean, some people who suffer, they just take shelter of drugs and whatever, but that the ones who do turn towards Krishna, that's the thing, that's why Krishna appreciates it.
Yeah.
Instead of going into all the dark places to try to crawl away in dark hole, they think, okay, maybe I can get some help from God.
No, that is true. But then, I mean, all the people who come here on you know, the tourists, they're curious, they're inquisitive.
Nice point, yeah.
And, you know, all those old people, and they come curious, they're inquisitive, they want to know what is, you know, they want to know a little bit. And they also are on the beginning of Krishna consciousness. Again, yeah, I don't think there's many people coming for riches. In India, maybe, because in India, temples, the deities own a lot of land and they own a lot of things.
Yeah.
But here, you know, Gopinath only has fake jewelry. So it's not that opulent, but definitely the inquisitive are there as well. Yes?
There's different wealth than just money.
That is true.
Knowledge is a form of wealth.
That is true. But I don't know if that is meant here, though. Because that is, then you can become a jnani. If you want the knowledge, then you become a jnani. So I think this is just pure wealth.
I'm just thinking of my sister, who is 2 years younger than me, smart cooking, successful, attractive, blah, blah, blah. And she would not relate to what Prabhupada says about suffering. And I know a lot of people who would not relate to the fact that they are suffering.
They don't realize it. Yeah?
Problem.
They don't realize it. Because their goals, you know, they think that they just need to earn more money, they just need to, you know, and they can enjoy their money, they can go on holiday, and they don't realize that they're mudas.
They don't realize.
That they're mudas. They're just working very hard and then get that, you know, trying to get some sex life and trying to get, you know, they're constantly running after the carrot. So they don't realize that they're suffering. At some point they will, but not now, and that's why they would never relate to Krishna consciousness. My mother, she is 89 really. She hasn't really suffered. Okay, she's been through the Second World War and there was suffering there, but she was young then. But she has a good life. She doesn't see she's suffering. So she doesn't feel inclined to, she doesn't see that. It's not important for her because she is quite happy leading her life. She's still not suffering. She's 89. She's hardly ever sick. So, yeah, not everybody feels that they're suffering.
Or it's expending your pious credits that you got. You just try to enjoy it, just living these pious credits.
Yeah,
Next
exactly.
time, you're in for a bad time.
Yeah, thank you. Yes, it's the pious credit that they're still using up.
But
Okay.
Just one last question.
Yeah.
Do you think a dushkritin could be dushkritin because he's really disappointed?
He's really disappointed. Oof.
Yes, he saw really in something and he couldn't realize what he saw in and
Oof. I think that answer would go because the curtains are going to open. So I'm really sorry. Grantraj Bhagavad Gita ki jai. Hare Krishna, Krishna Krishna, Hare Hare. Hare Rama, Rama Rama, Hare Hare. Jai Shri Prabhupada, Jai Shri Gopinath ki jai. Sorry.
Kiva Jaya Jaya Gaura Chande Arati Koshova Kiva Jaya Jaya Gaura Chande Arati Koshova Kiva Jaya Hare Krishna Janavita Tavane Jagamanaloba Nikate Advaita Shrini Vasa Chatradara Nikate Advaita Shrini Vasa Chatradara Vasi Ache Goracha Masani Asiya Shrigoracha Rasmasi Masani Aruti Kore Chamaradulaya Sanjaya Mukunda Vasu Kosharigaya Shanka Baje Ganta Baje Baje Karatala Madhura Mridanga Baje Paramarasala Madhura Mridanga Baje Paramarasala Bahu Kote Chandrajini Madana Ujvala Galare Shivanamala Kore Jalamala Shiva Shuka Narada Premegadaga Shiva Shuka Narada Premegadaga Shiva Shuka Narada Premegadaga Shiva Bhakati Vinoda Deke Gorara Sampada Bhakati Vinoda Deke Gorara Sampada Shiva Jaya Jaya Gaura Chande Arati Koshobha Jana Vitatavane Yagamana Loba Gaurange Arotik Shobha Jaga Janamana Loba Gaurange Arotik Shobha Jaga Janamana Loba Namam Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prishtaya Bhutale Shrimate Bhakti Vedanta Swaminiti Namine Saraswati Deve Gauravani Bracharine Nirvishesha Shunyavadi Ashtatyare Shatarine Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Jaya Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Shri Advaita Gadadhara Shrivasadi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Hare Hare Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Rama Hare Rama 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Hare Ram Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna Krishna Hare 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 Ram Ram Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare Jaya Radha Gopinath Shri Radhe Jaya 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 Radhare Jaya Subhadra Jaya Gauranita Jaya Gauranita Jaya Gauranita Jaya Gauranita Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Jaya Prabhupada 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 Jaya Jaya Prabhupada
Jai Vishnupada Paramahamsa Parivajikacharya Asko Tarasara Shishmana Divine Grace Bhakti Siddhanta Saraswati Thakur Maharaja Ki Ananta Koti Vaishnava Vrinda Ki Namacharya Shri Haridas Thakur Ki Praise Go Shri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Jai Vaidya Gadara Shri Vasudi Gaura Bhakta Vrinda Ki Shri Shri Radha Krishna Gopa Gopanath Shama Kund Radha Kund Giri Govardhan Dham Dham Ki Mayapodam Ki Jagannath Puri Dham Ki Ganga Jamuna Maya Ki Tulsi Bhakti Devi Ki Harinam Sankirtan Ki Transcendental Book Distribution Marathon Ki Sama Veda Bhakti Vrinda Ki Glories to the Assembly Glories to the Assembly Glories to the Assembly Glories to Sri Guru Sri Guru
Namaste Narasimhaya
Namaste Narasimhaya Hiranyakashipurvashaha Shila Kankana Kalaye Shila Tankana Kalaye Ito Nisriho Parato Nisriho Ito Nisriho Parato Nisriho Yato Yato Yamitato Nisriho Bahe Nisriho Idaye Nisriho Bahe Nisriho Idaye Nisriho Narasriha Maji Charanantapadi Narasriha Maji Charanantapadi Tabakara Kamalavare Nakana Butra Sringa Dalita Iran
Hiranyakashipu Tanubringa Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Keshavadita Narahari Rupa Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Jagadisha Hare Jaya Nisringadev, Jaya Nisringadev, Jaya Nisringadev, Jaya Nisringadev. Jai Prahlada Maharaj, Jai Prahlada Maharaj, Prahlada Maharaj, Jaya Prahlada Maharaj. Jai Nisringadev Bhagavan ki, Prahlad Maharaj ki, Gaura Premananda.
It will be okay, actually, for Monday, I hope. You have all the answers. Okay.
Can I come up with the puzzle? Just like the sun. Krishna, 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 Rakshana, Krishna, 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 Rakshana, Krishna. Krishna Krishna Pahimam. Rama Raghava Rama Raghava Rama Raghava Rakshama. Rama Raghava Rama Raghava Rama Raghava Rakshama. Krishna Keshava Krishna Keshava Krishna Keshava Parimam. Krishna Keshava Krishna Keshava Krishna Keshava Parimam. Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare 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 Krishna 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 Hare 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 Rama 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 Hare Hare. Jaya Prabhupada Jaya Prabhupada Prabhupada Srila Prabhupada Prabhupada Jai Srila Prabhupada. Hare Krishna. So we are reading from the Krishna book. So the chapter is called The Prayers Offered by Lord Brahma to Lord Krishna. And we're at page 143. The gigantic universal form is another manifestation of your energy. On account of his resting on the water, this universal form is also Narayana, and we are all within the womb of this Narayana form. I see your different Narayana forms everywhere. I can see you on the water, I can feel you within my heart, and I can see you before me now. You are the original Narayana. My dear Lord, in this incarnation, you have proved that you are the supreme controller of Maya. You remain within the cosmic manifestation, and yet the whole creation is within you. This fact is already been proven by you when you exhibited the whole universal creation within your mouth before your mother, Yashoda. By your inconceivable potency of Yogamaya, you can affect such things without external help. Such enthusiasm. My dear Lord Krishna, the whole cosmic manifestation that we are visualizing at present is all within your body. Yet I am seeing you outside, and you are also seeing me outside. How can such things happen without being influenced by your inconceivable energies? Lord Brahma stressed herein that without accepting the inconceivable energy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, one cannot explain things as they are. Lord Brahma stressed herein that without accepting the inconceivable energy of the Supreme Personality of Godhead, one cannot explain things as they are. He continued, My dear Lord, leaving aside all other things and just considering today's happenings, what I have seen, are they not all due to your inconceivable energies? First of all, I saw you alone. Thereafter, you expanded yourself as your cowherd boyfriends, the calves, and the whole existence of Vrindavan. Then I saw you and all the boys and calves as four-handed Vishnus, and they were being worshipped by all elements and all demigods, including myself. Again, they were all wound up, and you remained alone, as you were before. Does this not mean that you are the Supreme Lord Narayana, the origin of everything? That everything emanates from you and again enters into you, leaving you the same as before? Persons who are unaware of your inconceivable energy cannot understand that you alone expand yourself as the creator, Brahma, the maintainer, Vishnu, and the annihilator, Shiva. Persons who are not in awareness of things as they are contemplate that I, Brahma, am the creator. Vishnu is the maintainer and Lord Shiva is the annihilator. Actually, you alone are everything. Creator, maintainer, and annihilator. Similarly, you expand yourself in different incarnations among the demigods. You incarnate as Vamanadev among the great sages. You know Vamanadev?
No.
In the showroom, you'll find 10 paintings of 10 incarnations of Krishna, and Vamanadev is the dwarf incarnation.
Dwarf, okay. I see.
You know what?
Yeah.
3 steps, the story.
The what?
The story with the 3 steps.
No.
Okay. He was a big demon who was in charge of the whole universe because he conquered everything.
Yeah.
And then Krishna came in the form of Vamana, Upendra. So he came to that king to ask for some, we say the dakshina. He begged for some gift. And for traveling brahmanas, it was custom to do that. And then kings they would give, because that was the rule. Even for the money kings, they would understand, oh, this is very good, I can give something, I will get back. So then he asked her, what would you like to have? He said, well, I like to have 3 steps of land. It's a dwarf. So how much land is that? So he thought, okay, no problem. And then the spiritual master came, no, don't do that. This is a form of Vishnu, we will trick you. If it's Vishnu, even better. And, you know. So then,
Step of what he asked?
3 steps of land.
Of land.
Yeah.
3 steps.
3 steps of land. Now, how much is 3 steps of land?
Ah, okay. No, that's
And then he's a dwarf, he's even very small, so how much is
okay.
Come on, you should ask me something for real, you know, you're just small. I'm king, so if I want to give you some donation, you should ask me for something, you know, a little bit more substantial. But he said, no. Brahmana should be humble, and I asked only 3 steps of that. That's what I asked, I keep on that. And then he said, okay, so be it. And then the first step, he expanded himself and was like the whole planet. And the second step was the rest of the universe. And then he asked me, so you promised me 3 steps of land, so why I put my third foot? And then he offered his hand to Vamanadev to put his feet down. And so in that way he actually recovered the whole universe for saintly persons. Anyway, so that was Vamanadev. Among great sages, so you incarnate as Parashuram. You know that one? Then he is the incarnation that chastises kings who are strayed from the rightful path. So he's killing them, restoring them to life, to give them another chance, and it goes on like that a few times. So he's walking around with his axe. You can find him in this room also, there's one of those 10. Among the human beings you appear as yourself, Lord Krishna, or as Lord Rama. So Lord Krishna is then human and Lord Rama is an example of a king. Among the animals you appear as the boar incarnation. So that is Lord Varaha, which is lifting the earth out of the ocean, because it was drowned by some demons. And among the aquatics you appear as the fish incarnation. So Matsya. I had another name in my name and I couldn't get it out. It said how to Matsya. And yet you have no appearance or disappearance. You are always eternal. Your appearance and disappearance are made possible by your inconceivable energy, just to give protection to the faithful devotees and to annihilate the faithless demons. O my Lord, O all-pervading Supreme Personality Godhead, O Super Soul, controller of all mystic powers, no one can appreciate your transcendental pastimes as they are exhibited within these 3 worlds. No one can estimate how you have expanded your Yoga Maya and your incarnations, and how you act by your transcendental energy. My dear Lord, this whole cosmic manifestation is just like a flashing dream, and its temporary existence simply disturbs the mind. As a result, we are all, we are full of anxiety in this existence. To live within this material world means simply to suffer and to be full of miseries. And yet this temporary existence of the material world appears to be pleasing and dear on account of its having evolved from your body, which is eternal and full of bliss and knowledge. Isn't it amazing? It's the whole cosmic manifestation is like a flashing dream. That's it. My conclusion is therefore that you are the Supreme Soul, your absolute truth, and the supreme original person. And although by your inconceivable transcendental potencies you have expanded yourself in so many Vishnu forms, and also in the living entities and other energies, you are the supreme, one without a second, the supreme super soul. Innumerable living entities are simply like sparks in the original fire, your Lordship. The conception of the super soul as impersonal is wrong, because I see that you are the original person. Would you like to read?
Part of the thing, right?
Sorry?
But there
No, you don't have to read. It's just, this is your chance to read from Srimad Bhagavatam and do devotional service. Yes. You don't have to, it's all voluntary.
I don't say that I say it's part of the thing, right?
But now you chose to, so it comes actually.
Hare Krishna. So.
You like to have a book?
I only listen.
Awesome. Persons with a poor fund of knowledge may think that because you are the son of Maharaja Nanda, you are not the original person, that you are born just like a human being. They are mistaken. You are the actual original person. That is my conclusion, in spite of your being the son of Nanda. You are the original person, and there is no doubt about it. You are the absolute truth, and you are not of this material darkness. You are the source of the original Brahma Jyoti, as well as the material luminaries, the sun, moon, and stars. Your transcendental effulgence is identical with the Brahma Jyoti, as it is described in the Brahma Samhita. The Brahma Jyoti, what is it?
Okay, the Brahma Samhita is a scripture.
Mm-hmm.
It's actually spoken by Brahma about Krishna, Bhagavad.
Mm-hmm.
And Brahma Jyoti is the effulgence, the transcendental effulgence from Krishna. It's like the sunshine from the sun.
It's not Earth.
Sorry?
It's not us.
Earth is inside.
No, us.
Sorry?
Us.
It's not us.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
No, I'm just saying. Because, yeah, okay. Maybe I'll ask you later. Because what we are,
So it says here,
we are not that.
Brahma Jyoti is nothing but your personal bodily effulgence. And some people like to merge in that, but it becomes impersonal because it's not the sunlight. The sunlight is not the form, unless it bounces on something and gets a form. Understand?
But what we are.
We are living entities.
But
What is it?
because when I read here, I thought that Krishna was the sun, and we were like kind of.
You are what?
Krishna was the sun, and we were like kind of. What's coming from the sun, you know, little reflection.
Okay, the sun of Nanda Maharaj, what is in the text, and the sun like sunshine. He asked me what Brahma Jyoti is. So the Brahma Jyoti is the effulgence from Krishna, like the sunshine comes from the sun.
Mm-hmm.
It's a way to make it understandable. How people understand what the effulgence of the Lord is. It's like, okay, words, what does it mean? So something that our mind can grasp is the sunshine coming from the sun. So something like that.
Okay.
It's said here before, we just were reading, that if you try to understand it, it's not possible. Wasn't it what we just read?
Yeah.
And that's Brahma, he's the most intelligent person in the whole creation.
And even him cannot understand.
We cannot understand. course, you try to do your best to
Conceive.
understand as much as you can,
Yeah.
and then by the grace of Krishna and the spiritual master, then you will understand more and more.
Mm.
But it's more by the grace of Krishna that you understand than by study of scriptures and asking questions like this.
Okay.
That doesn't make it wrong to ask questions.
No, don't worry, I will still ask questions.
I cannot give you a better answer than that.
No, okay.
I'm very limited, so
We are.
find somebody with a broader fount of knowledge.
You said it yourself. Even Brahma cannot. So, as it is described in the Brahma Samhita, the Brahma Yoti is nothing but your personal bodily influence. There are many Vishnu incarnations and incarnation in you different qualities, but all those incarnations are not on the same level. You are the original lamp. Other incarnations may possess the same candle power as the original lamp, but the original lamp is the beginning of all lights. And because you are not one of the creations of this material world, even after the annihilation of this world, your existence as you are will continue. Because you are the original person, you are described in the Gopala Tapani Upanishad, as well in the Brahma Samhita as Govinda Adi Purushan. Govinda is the original person, the cause of all cause. In the Bhagavad Gita also it is stated that you are the source of the Brahman influence. No one should conclude that your body is like an ordinary material body. Your body is akshara, indescriptible. The material body is always full of threefold miseries, but your body is Sakshit Ananda Vigraha, full of bliss, knowledge and eternality. You are also Niranjana because your pastimes as the little son of Mother Yashoda or the lover of the gopis are never contaminated by the material qualities. And although you exhibit yourself as many cowboys and calves, your transcendental potency was not reduced. You are always complete, as it is described in the Vedic literature. Even if the complete is taken away from the complete, the supreme absolute truth is to remain the complete. Is to remain the complete absolute truth.
That was from the Isha Upanishad. You will start reading that soon, so take something from complete, and still what you take is complete, and what's left over is complete. That doesn't diminish the original one. Okay. And although many expansions from the complete are visible, the complete is one without a second. Since all your pastimes are spiritual, there is no possibility of their being contaminated by the material modes of nature. When you place yourself as subordinate to your father and mother, Nanda and Yashoda, you are not reduced in your potency. This is an expression of your loving attitude towards your devotees. There is no second identity to compete with you. A person with a poor fund of knowledge concludes that your appearance and pastimes are simply material designations. You are transcendental to both nescience and knowledge, as it is confirmed in the Gopala Tapani Upanishad. You are the original Amrita, indestructible nectar of immortality. As confirmed in the Vedas, Amrita Shasvatam Brahma. Brahman is the eternal, supreme origin of everything, who has no birth or death. In Upanishads it is stated that the Supreme Brahman is as effulgent as the sun and is the origin of everything, and that anyone who can understand the original person becomes liberated from material conditioned life. Anyone who can simply be attached to you by devotional service, can know your actual position, birth, appearance, disappearance, and activities. As confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita, simply by understanding your constitutional position, appearance, and disappearance, one can be immediately elevated to the spiritual kingdom after quitting this present body. Therefore, to cross over the ocean of material nescience, an intelligent person takes shelter of your lotus feet and is easily transferred to the spiritual world. Did you hear that? Okay. There are many so-called meditators who do not know that you are the Supreme Soul. As stated in the Bhagavad Gita, you are the Supreme Soul present in everyone's heart. Therefore, there is no necessity of one's meditating on something beyond you. One who is always absorbed in meditation on your original form of Krishna easily crosses over the ocean of material nescience. But persons who do not know that you are the Supreme Soul remain within the material world in spite of their so-called meditation. Hare Krishna. If by association of your devotees a person comes to the knowledge that Lord Krishna is the original Super Soul, then it is possible for him to cross over the ocean of material ignorance. For instance, when a person mistakes a rope for a snake, he is filled with fear. But as soon as he understands that the rope is not a snake, he is liberated from the fear. If one understands you, therefore, through your personal teachings, as stated in the Bhagavad Gita, or through the teachings of your pure devotees, as stated in Srimad Bhagavatam and all other Vedic scriptures, if one realizes that you are the ultimate goal of understanding, he need not longer fear this material existence. So-called liberation and bondage have no meaning for a person who is already engaged in your devotional service, just as a rope is not fearful to a person who knows that it is not a snake. A devotee knows that this material world belongs to you, and he therefore engages everything in your transcendental loving service. Thus, there is no bondage for him. For a person who is already situated in the sun planet, there is no question of appearance or disappearance of the sun in the name of day and night. It's also said that you, Krishna, are just like the sun, and that Maya is like darkness. When the sun is present, there is no question of darkness. So for those who always remain in your presence, by engaging in your service, there is no question of bondage or liberation. They are already liberated. On the other hand, persons who falsely think themselves to be liberated without taking shelter of your lotus feet fall down because their intelligence is not pure. If one therefore thinks that the Super Soul is something different from your personality, and thus searches out the Super Soul or the Supreme Brahman somewhere else, in the forest or in the caves of the Himalayas, his condition is very lamentable. Your teachings in the Bhagavad Gita are that one should give up all processes of self-realization and simply surrender unto you, for that is complete, because you are the Supreme in every respect. Those who are searching after Brahmani effulgence are also searching after you, and those who are searching after Super Soul realization are also searching after you. You state in the Bhagavad Gita that you yourself, by your partial representation as Super Soul, have entered into this material world, material cosmic manifestation. You are the present in everyone's heart, and there is no need to search out the Super Soul anywhere else. If someone does so, he is simply in ignorance. One who is transcendental to such a position understands that you are unlimited. You are both within and without. Therefore your presence is everywhere. Instead of searching for the Super Soul anywhere else, the devotee only concentrates his minds on you within. Actually, one who is liberated from the material conception of life can search for you. Others cannot. The example of thinking the rope to be a snake is applicable only to those who are still in ignorance of you. Actually, When one mistakes a rope for a snake, the existence of the snake is only within the mind. The existence of Maya, similarly, is only within the mind. Maya is nothing but ignorance of your personality. When one forgets your personality, that is the conditioned state of Maya. Therefore, one who is fixed upon you, both internally and externally, is not illusioned. One who has attained a little result of your devotional service can understand your glories. Even one striving for Brahma realization or Paramatma realization cannot understand these features of your personality unless you bestow on him the results of at least a slight bit of devotional service. One may be the spiritual master of many impersonalists, or may go to the forest or to the mountain cave and meditate as a hermit for many, many years, but he cannot understand your glories without being favored by a slight degree of devotional service. Brahman realization and Paramatma realization are also not possible even after one searches for many, many years, unless one is touched by the wonderful effect of devotional service. Therefore, my dear Lord, I pray that I may be so fortunate that in this life or in another life, wherever I may take my birth, I may be counted as one of your devotees. Wherever I may be, I pray that I may be engaged in your devotional service. Would you like to read again? The curtains are opening again at 10 to 9. In English or Hansen?
Cringe. I'm using Deutsch.
Deutsch? Deutsch. Und ihr sind Sie wieder öffnen und 8:40.
Manuality.
Ja, 48.
48.
Nun jetzt haben wir das gelesen, bis 8:15 und danach sind Radians hier, bis so 9:15 und 48 wird es auch wieder öffnen für danach.
Manuality. Ja.
Not Mangalarti, das ist heute Morgen.
Manuality. Fair und
Arti, aber nicht Mangalarti. Mangalarti ist morgen.
Ja, ich verstehe. Ja. Morgen. Wie viele Uhr?
Morgen. 48. Und morgen Mangalarti. Das ist 34.
Ja, 34. Okay. Okay. Super. Super.
Okay.
Ja,
Sie können bleiben, was Sie wollen. Aber wir lesen am Englisch.
Heute?
Heute 48 geht noch einmal öffnen. Und jetzt wird die gekleidet. 48. So das nun jetzt in 40 Minuten.
Okay.
Und in 15 Minuten geht es dann weiter.
Okay. Wir warten.
Das ist nichts, was Sie wollen.
Wir warten. Darf ich?
I do not even care that form of life I get in the future, because I can see that even in the form of a cows and calves or cowherd boys, the devotees are not so fortunate to be always engaged in your transcendental loving, are so fortunate to be always engaged in a transcendental loving service and association. Therefore, I wish to be one of them instead of such an exalted person as I am now. For I am full of ignorance. The gopis and cows of Vrindavan are so fortunate that they have been able to supply their breast milk to you. Persons who are engaged in performing great sacrifice and offering many valuable goods in sacrifice cannot attain the perfection of understanding you. But simply by devotional service, these innocent village women and cows are able to satisfy you with their milk. You have drunk their milk to satisfaction, yet you are never satisfied as much by those engaged in performing sacrifices. I am simply surprised, therefore, you are never satisfied as much by those engaged in performing sacrifices.
So, where are you now?
Middle. Your milk, you have drunk their milk.
When you wash and serve the goods and virtue, the cows are able to satisfy you with the milk. You have drunk the milk to satisfaction, but you are never satisfied as much by those engaged in performing sacrifice.
Yeah. Like Bhakta, we consider this as sacrifice.
Bhakta?
The Bhakta yoga that we
That's
do.
not, yeah, okay, that is not the sacrifice they're talking about here. They're talking here about sacrificing part of your wealth, or part of your time. Some people do make a big yakya, sponsoring the roses for the altars. You just give something material. But this
So see me, but you say
love
love to
to Krishna.
Krishna. This is performing sacrifice.
And this giving this milk is like one of the topmost forms of yoga, of bhakti yoga, of giving love to Krishna.
So that's what I'm
So
saying.
very
It's related to bhakti, right? What we do.
other sacrifices when you identify with sacrifices, you do so many sacrifices here.
Doesn't feel like sacrifices, but it's
You give milk to somebody, it's not a sacrifice. You sacrifice the most important thing you have. Your time and your love.
yeah, but
All the other things are.
it has been given to us, right? It has been given to us in a way. No?
Yes. And then we can freely choose what to do with it. So when you give it back to Krishna, then he's very.
It's the only way, right?
It's like, okay, let me give an example house. If you have parents and the children go to school, so when you come home, it's not much problem when the children come home. And sometimes they bring something home like a drawing or something.
Mm.
In the beginning, it's really like, drawings which I can hardly see what it actually is. Oh, this is a house, and this is art, okay, so this is Mama, this is Papa, this is Mama, this is Mama, this is Papa. This is the sunshine, some dog in the corner, something like that. But then it says that at the bottom, for Mama, something like that.
Mm.
So Mama very happy.
Mm-hmm.
And she wants the child to explain everything, which took like half an hour to draw this.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, oh, thank you very much. It's a completely worthless piece of paper with some scribbles, but because somebody made it for their mother, then oh, my child, it's something.
Okay.
So you give life to the child, you support it, and then they do something back for you. It's like, oh, thank you, that's nice, I really like it.
Mm.
So that's what children of Krishna are exactly the same. That's why if you do some devotional service, or by walking in the garden,
Mm.
it actually many people also remember that you're actually working in this garden. These vegetables will be for
Mm.
the these flowers will be for the altar, or animals. You're working with the cows and the lost cows, and then somehow or other they always make some connection with Krishna
Mm.
that he likes very much. Because basically you're giving your time and your attention.
Yeah, so blessed because I always did that anyhow. You know? So if you do it for God, it's just amazing, right?
That is the amazing thing, because usually we do it for all kinds of other things.
Yeah.
And that's why I say you can serve God, or you do the opposite, you serve your dog. You see? Because it's opposite in words, but it's also opposite. And you have to, if you have a dog, you'll have to go walking with it every day, you have to feed it, and you basically serve your dog. Okay. It's up to you. So, but you can also take your time and serve God. And that's actually the fulfillment of life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I don't know how many lives it took me to be here.
Might be a lot, actually.
Yeah, because in this life I really don't know what can be better than that. And I've experienced quite some stuff, but like everybody.
That's nice, and it is still going on. There's still more and more experience coming, and a little bit more knowledge and more experience. Well, it starts to build up.
So better, like in 2 months everything I could have lived here. It's crazy. The amount of people, the amount of things that I've been given, you know.
If you would have, someone would have told you 2 months ago that you would sit in now reading this book, you shake your head, and you would say that this person is crazy.
No, because what I lived in my life, it's the same, but like, yeah. Yeah, it's different, but it feels good. Anyway, I am.
Normal people we also eat. We come from the Prashad and understand that this is given to Krishna.
So different.
And other people are just and all like that. You understand?
Yeah,
So we both eat, but still there's a difference.
Yeah, never like that. When Prabhupada said I was eating was like a bit gross, right?
Oh, there's always ways to improve our service.
No, wait, I'm saying that.
But
We shouldn't eat
because
for.
in the end we're all souls, so even if you're turning back to Krishna, it's still your race child. And you will find some way to convert you.
Mm-hmm. What's, if I can ask a question, what at the end of the Kali Yoga? At the end of it?
I would advise you not to go there.
No, I know, that's why.
Different books. There's Srimad Bhagavatam, there are some descriptions of that. They're not very nice. You know, if you keep on reading it, you will find one day that you'll find some descriptions.
Okay, or if I ask you after.
But I would say, stay in good mood and happy Krishna consciousness. Yeah, it's up to you.
Yeah.
We have free to choose.
Mm.
So let's continue. Let's choose to continue to associate with
Okay.
Srimad Bhagavatam.
Okay. I'm simply surprised, therefore, with the fortunate position of Maharaja Nanda, Mother Yashoda, and the coward men and gopis, because you, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, the Absolute Truth, are existing here as their most intimate, lovable object. My dear Lord, no one can actually appreciate the good fortune of these residents of Vrindavan. We are all demigods controlling deities of the various senses of the living entities, and we are proud of enjoying such privileges. But actually, there is no comparison between your position and the position of these fortunate residents of Vrindavan, because they are actually relishing your presence and enjoying your association by dint of their sensory activities. We may be proud of being controllers of the senses, but here the residents of Vrindavan are so transcendental that they are not under our control. Actually, they are enjoying their senses to service to you. I shall therefore consider myself fortunate to be given a chance to take birth in this land of Vrindavan in any of my future lives. My dear Lord, I am therefore not interested in either material opulences or liberation. I am most humbly praying at your lotus feet for you to please give me any sort of birth within this Vrindavan forest, so that I may be able to be favored by the dust of the feet of some of devotees of Vrindavan.
So it's time for the bhajan already. I am given if I am given the chance to grow as a humble blade of grass in this land, that would be a glorious birth for me. So we're talking about Lord Brahma, the creator of the universe, who was actually doing this prayer to be given a chance to grow as a humble blade of grass in the land of Vrindavan. But I'm not so fortunate to take birth within the forest of Vrindavan. I beg to be allowed to take birth outside the immediate areas of Vrindavan, so that when the devotees go out, they will walk over me. Even that would be a great fortune for me. I'm just aspiring for a birth in which I'll be smeared with the dust of the devotees' feet, because I can see that everyone here is simply full of Krishna consciousness. No one here knows anything but the lotus feet of Krishna or Mukunda, for which the Vedas themselves are searching. It's confirmed in the Bhagavad Gita that the purpose of the Vedic knowledge is to find Krishna. And it is said in the Brahma Samhita that it is very difficult to find Krishna, the Supreme Personality of Godhead, by systematic reading of the Vedic literature. But he is very easily available through the mercy of a pure devotee. That's why we have now this whole Hare Krsna movement, thanks to Srila Prabhupada. Pure devotees of Vrindavan are fortunate because they can see Mukunda, Lord Krishna, all the time. This word Mukunda can be understood in two ways. Muk means liberation. Lord Krishna can give liberation and therefore transcendental bliss. The word also refers to his smiling face, which is just like a kunda flower. Mukha means face. The kunda flower is very beautiful and it appears to be smiling. Thus the comparison is made. The difference between the pure devotees of Vrindavan and devotees in other places is that the residents of Vrindavan have no other desire but to be associated with Krishna. Krishna, being very kind to his devotees, fulfills their desire because they always want Krishna's association. The Lord is always prepared to give it to them. The devotees of Vrindavan are also spontaneous lovers. They are not required to strictly follow regulative principles because they are already naturally developed in transcendental love for Krishna. Regulative principles are required for persons who have not achieved such a position of spontaneous love. Brahma is also a devotee of the Lord, but he is an ordinary devotee subject to following regulative principles. He prays to Krishna to give him the chance to take birth in Vrindavan so that he might be elevated to the platform of spontaneous love. So, I think that's a nice answer. Now, we come back to a real devotee, born in a devotee family. He's already so much devoted. I started when I was 30, you see. And she is not even 30 and she's already so much devoted. It's amazing. And now she doesn't like it, becomes shy. Oh no, I'm not. I think she's doing wonderful. Okay, can you put the books on, please? Hare Krishna. Not a boy. It's not a girl. You like to make jokes? You like to make jokes? Jokes? Yeah, I like it. Hare Krishna, Hare Krishna, Krishna. Smile, I smile, you fine. Smile, smile.
Now it works. Now it works.
What works?
The mic.
Wasn't it working?
No.
Any button?
Both.
Okay.